Ladies and gentlemen, the time has hit 0. The song is now done. Hope you know what that means. I think it's time for some fun. Don't you think? Hang on 1 second. Just got one little thing to take care of quick. Oh, sorry, just got something just quickly had to take care of. Alright, there we go. Should be good now. There we go. Alright. Sorry, I need to remember my camera has a moment there. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. So, what is up, guys? This is Brownie of the Joy Charge Gamers, charging you with joy with tonight's episode of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We're in part 4 and we started case number 3. So at this point we found out how case 2 ended. Still can't believe that plot twist at the end there, but I suppose that's why this game is great. At least I think so anyway so far. And now we are here tonight. We're seeing how we fare with this little case. In order to prove ourselves as a lawyer in this scenario here to keep up the our great friend, it's now time to see if we can take up the place of Kazuma and see if we can carry on in London. So, let's find out how this goes because we came here and we met, obviously, this guy. I still think he's the big bad at the end of case 5. We know that case 5 is a big plot twist thing. He's probably it. But anyway, let's go check out the Old Bailey. So, let's go check it out. How are we all doing tonight, by the way? Are we all doing... Oh. Straight for the case? Wait, what? Are we straight for the case? Oh, shit. We're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, that's the point. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway. Okay, the court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. That's true. This is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. Yeah, only this time you're on the other end of the defendant's chair without having to worry about it. Oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. I guess that works. Feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir. Oh. Huh? Oh! What are you doing following me here? Things are fair desperate at it. You know, for someone who looks like he's in trouble, this guy does not scream, help me. Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces from the East, are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan, is it right? Say no more! So, how much do you need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, plenty of penny to your name, and all wild and strange far away land. Yeah, wait, killer? Willy Wonka? Please tell me his name is Willy. We haven't found a place to stay yet, no. 'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Mr. Sato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion. What? Is that a hint coin? I'd like to ensure sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain ever fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ah! That hit me in the eye! Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you, no strings attached. Ah, there we go. Going to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, it is a little embarrassing. The trials that's about to begin, you see, is for my good self here. I'll be in the dock. So he's the guilty, he's the defendant. So now what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, all you have to do is stand up there next to me, none more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. The Lord Chief wasn't just making it up. Okay, well that confirms this guy. But does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Blustering places! Do yous not know who I am? Me? One of London's biggest names? No, sorry. We've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park, there in the centre of London, it is another beautiful park. A park? What? It is called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. So this must be... I donated it. Oh, you donated a park. Fair enough. I don't recall... Hey Dal, welcome. We're being invaded by Willy Wonka, apparently. Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the sea. Well, that's actually one of the most sensible names I've heard from this entire series. If that's a pun, I don't know what it is. I actually don't think that is kind of a pun, but I kind of like this guy. Oh, but now that it's got to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask you? Okay, don't... Means great amounts of gold. Oh, okay, thanks, killer. Mr. Naruhodo, perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves. No. I mean, I know it's a pun in its own right, but I generally think it's one of the most sensible names we've ever had. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft shit? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. I know what you're thinking. This chancer of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if it's true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Valid point, actually. Because he did it! That's the only explanation! Well... oh, you're asking me to give an honest answer? Not at all. Although it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That is a valid point. That would be the fault of the... Reaper? Oh, it's that guy from the trailer. It has to be that guy from the fucking trailer. Is he Reaper? The Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Barack Van Sykes. He's the prosecutor. When Van Sykes stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, In every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor. Gee, I wonder if the next words about this are gonna be, he's never lost a case. Thought so. How long's he been doing this? So it's reached the desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand a defense against the fellow at all. Ah. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness. Lord Barak Van Sykes. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? Defendant is summoned and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trials are... Oh boy, here we go. Yeah, it kinda does. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Yeah, it's true. We don't know a fucking thing. I'd made up my mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance, a student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. We still don't know a damn thing. I literally know nothing about the case or about this man who stands accused. Tell me we have him in the thing. Yes, we do. Magnus McGilded, the defendant in this case. He's an incredibly wealthy philanthropist. I know words. With a wonderful reputation in London. I'm to defend him as a test of my worthiness to become a lawyer. Wow, he's only 4 years younger than Mel. But the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Okay, well, we know what we're doing. The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in the courtroom. Ah, he truly is Phoenix's. He truly is Phoenix. Yep, Kazuma wouldn't let him be alone. We didn't. The defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. Alright, here we go. Yeah, rookie versus professional. Where have you seen this before? Ding, 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 ding. Let's keep going. In a British court, I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. Let's rock this. God damn. Would you look? Wow, look at that PNG fire. As our jury, I know that much. Highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. Centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Determine a person's guilt or innocent. There's always a solemn affair. I might have to, on your right. Oh, yes, what? You... Oh, dear. Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. Ah, memories. Oh. Oh. Well, at least this looks like a... Oh, I gotta do... In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. The defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Oh. Oh, he's got a sword too! The those eyes please me. Nipponese. Nippon? Is that Nippon is Japanese for Japan? So apparently we are. Is that still Japanese technically? They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Oh, a cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fellow is a student from some little island off in the Far East. Is it not the British way to ignore the dangers of ye self and fortunate a fair chance? Back then maybe, but not now. I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Well, that's true. Mr. McGilded, what a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please may we go play McGilded Park? Everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. Gilded. Well, that's the weirdest start I've ever seen. Normally, you don't get that response, because most of the time it's like everyone going, kill him, he's guilty, kill him. But this is strangely serene. Okay, do we actually have any info on our other guy? Yes, we do. Baron von Sykes, 32. Okay, he's one of the more older prosecutors at the start. A prosecutor known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Supposedly the souls of those he prosecutes are eternally damned one way or another. Ugh. Lovely. He certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. There's gotta be another reason. There's gotta be another reason behind this. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Let's see. Well, definitely the most interesting suited people, although I'm pretty sure I've seen that woman on the far right on a Professor Layton game. I think she's that woman with the lamb from the witch trial. Yes, my lord, if the task is to send Rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Ha! Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. Oh! Enough said. There's our Irish one. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. A jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right, I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judges pass the sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. The defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points. Yeah, the jury decides one side, and the other one decides what they're worth. Here, jury, are they innocent? Okay, then you're free to go. Are you guilty? Then I shall decide your fate. That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Prosecutor Van Sykes? My lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. Nah! The pun for Dracula based on his Japanese name. In the Japanese version, his name is Banjikuso, which means all is over. Oh, okay, so that explains that one. So what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware? Oh. I leave that to your imagination, my lord. Okay, so he out of action for 5 years. Wait a minute. Hang on. Out of action. His name's got Van. Do I even need to say this one? Why did he have to choose today of all days to make his comeback? As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. Your lordship is aware this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. The only ones here and here who aren't aware. Scroll. Okay, makes sense. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. Okay, so past 10 o'clock. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice Fired Mason. Oh, 3 times fired? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. Oh! I'd say that's a clear-cut murder. Just a hunch. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service of the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Wait, here's the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. This photograph is evidence. Okay. Knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is partially obscured from view by an old cricket hat. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. Ah, gloves. Typical. And these are... Good lord, is that blood council? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves. Of course they were. Of course they were. Blood stain on the right glove. Okay, so there's gotta be more to this. How did I get into this? Alright, well, we might as well have a look at things. Autopsy report. Named Thrice Fired Mason, age 54, brickmaker. Cause of death? On 15th of February, 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife whilst journeying in an omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhage resulting from the trauma. Hang on, I see a button ripped off there. That's gotta be important later. And I might as well check these gloves now while we have a chance. The most pleasant sight to be confronted in on a first day in London. Oh, nothing will come of grumbling now. Coin in his right hand. Yep. So his right hand. Left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. No, doesn't appear to be anything inside. Well, good to know. So we definitely just have blood hands, and that's what we got. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers, and there's the final nail in the coffin! Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. And the other... Lo and behold, was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Oh, just 3 there. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded, To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening, but whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. You claim to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Little teen, so it is, and when I open my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me, the body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in me life. Wait. So he was asleep, and the body just appeared? Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. Okay, so the blood supposedly got on when he fit there. Okay. Nope. Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning. And there's more to this nail. Ooh! Wait, multiple witnesses? What? Oh dear. Order! 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 When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. There were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence, but compelling... Yeah. Oh! As I was going with. Completely unintentional. Hey, you want to get the game, Del? Go for it. It's available on the Switch, the PS4, and I think on Steam as well. I think it's on the Xbox as well, so you have places. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Oh, what a commanding figure indeed. Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. My name's First. Lady First. Lady First. Ladies first! God fucking damn it! I love that. It's like, is there two... 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to a... Wait, they were in it? Yes, sir. Quite right. You're not even looking at me. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well, then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. Here we go. First one. Showtime! It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right. He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Jeez. Yes, counsel? Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been made clear stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what had happened? There's no way... And this is now where we look... Yeah. How quaint. I dread the civilization in the Eastern Islands now was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so charming? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you ever traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. Only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. Oh. that much. The omnibus in which this bloody took place is here today in this building. Wait, they brought it in? Wow! Bailiff! Bring forth the stricken omnibus! They brought the actual carriage? Okay, I don't recall the crime scene ever brought into the courtroom before. This is definitely a first. I don't recall this has happened without Great Thief. Big things in Quizzed Evidence is true, Floof, true. Pulled by 2 horses, carry up to 8 passengers. Okay. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Okay. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architectural sites are to be had from atop of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof allowing a view of the... Okay, so where were they sat then? Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats of this omnibus, so they were on the top. That is how they came to witness the grim incident. Though the skylight... That makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the beat, I've experienced the crime scene itself being brought to the courtroom. There you go. I'm glad you know you're not the first. I'd like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. Wait, the crime scene? The crime scene is the... The judge has his own animation. That's brilliant. Even the judge has his own animation. I don't know what to make of this. I love this. Instead of like shock, slam, anger. I love this. The 8-seater omnibus that was the scene of the crime. There were passengers in on the carriage on the roof. Okay. Don't think this is a... Simply extraordinary. I don't recall this has ever happened. Neither in Great British law. Continue with the proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel. Pray don't expect this Nipponese strait to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination. Here we go. Let's rock. All right. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. Okay. Hold it. Oh, we got it straight. Hold it. Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? All right, so let's have a look. Can we see more of this? Yes, we can. Let's have a look inside. The scene of a murder. It's horrible. Well, might as well have a look inside it. Oh, might as well check the rest of this. The Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole expedition. Okay. Wow, under construction and they're already starting to work? Okay, fair enough. Well, we might as well check the blunt. To the seat, the victims obviously. Oh, I had a feeling there was something else. The way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a plain planned attack. Oh. Okay, another poster there. Okay, the skylight. The skylight is the question here. Is viewing to the camera on the roof deck, and there doesn't appear to be a handle or catcher in the description. Can't be opened from the inside. Okay, so it can only be opened from the... can it be opened from the outside? Oh, hello. Hello, handle. Hello, luggage. Need the oldest running. Feeding tubs, repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools, storage compartment for the coachman. Okay, so what's stopping the people from stealing the stuff from inside it? Any space for passengers to store their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Okay. So the other side doesn't have one. Check that skylight from here. Set inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. There's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so the witnesses could have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. So they were sat up here. Need I say more? God frickin' damn it, Barb. Okay. Move over to the omnibus. You must have a wonderful view of London streets. Okay, there's gotta be something here. The only thing that makes me think there's something to work with is possibly the skylight. Imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment. Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. Anything on the wheels? No? Okay. Well, we've checked that, so we've got our info so far. Oh! Oh, that's right, we can check this. There are 4 passengers on board at the time. Is that correct? So that's right, sir. Okay. I have to double check. No. No one alighted. No one alighted. No change. I know a noise might play, but you never know if it might be one of those. That's bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's worthwhile. That's true. Cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. 20 pence? Not that much up the way. Aww. Prices were different back then. Okay, nothing on that one. Hold it! And you saw them through the skylight in the roof of the carriage. That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. Yeah, that's right. Yep, that's the confirmation. Pretty good view. Yeah. The 2 of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilbert. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? Small stretcher. Sure, I recognized his size. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and McGilbert. Okay, I'm starting to worry how this goes. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife. Hold it! So he saw the exact moment? Trustworthy these days. Neither most anyone. Oh, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got to back this. I've got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... Oh! The jury? Jury number 3? What's the meaning of this? My mind... what? Wait, what? Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. Oh! Oh, fuck! Foreman adjournment. Wait, what? Oh, fuck! Oh, shit! Was that a bad press? Was that a bad press? Let me see. Ah, yes. It seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent, black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even worried. Wait, does that actually mean... Wait, are you telling me this isn't an actual thing? Are you telling me that if we generally press the wrong statements, we could actually get fucked over? Please tell me this is not a mechanic, because now that means more stress. I'm hoping it's scripted, because if it's not, oh fuck! On the roof seats. None of them have changed. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. Thinking about a new hat design, you see, so just gazing absently minding around. Okay. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking out right through his belly. That huge great knife. Yep, none of them have flinched. Oh. My client did it before. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First! Oh, yes, yes. Oh, hello, we can even do it now! Yeah, I did notice that. Yeah, they're sat up there, and yeah, that's the view. So, the blood is on the seat on this corner up here. So, is this the knife you saw? Okay. Is it the very one, sir? Okay, they're not flinching. Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. And furthermore, the scabbard is emblazored. Oh no! The letter M. Please, no. M for Magnus, perhaps? Or McGilded, possibly? Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
Oh. But there are M's everywhere. Oh, are we about to get an objection back?
Objection!
There it is. He even gets his own font. Feels professional. Sometimes a jerk, but not bad. Yeah, he generally is doing his job. He is like, excuse me, we got this. He's not rubbing it in our faces. He's like, come on, I've got my evidence here to prove this. Let's put this down. Ah! Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel. Okay, so we got the murder weapon. Oh no! Uh-oh, that's another one. Okay, so this one has to be scripted. What part is the sheath? You're wearing Kazuma's blade right now, are you not? Yeah, there you go. That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Ooh, yeah. That did, yeah. Look for the victims. An Englishman's blood looks a lot like Japanese man's. Like it wouldn't. Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. Well, at least you're honest. There's the M. M undeniable. Mr. McGinnis's McGill's initials. I mean, if you gild it too, must be very valuable, I should think. Yeah. Look at this M. If we turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. You know, turnabout cases, I'm sure of it! I'm afraid I don't know it all, but what I am sure of is that this is an M. Well, that idea was quickly squashed. Anything else here? No, I don't think there's anything else. No. Well, they took a note of that. Ah, juror number 2, go on. See, and a gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sescronant. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Dispose of the rubbish. Yikes! Well, we had to press that one, otherwise we wouldn't get anywhere, so... To cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. Hold it! Oh, Lord! 4! That's 4! That's 4! This is for more information. Just make the situation worse. Okay. They wanted tense. We have it. Keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. Stop my bus and then saw it too.
Hold it!
Hold it! Well, here's the last statement. What exactly did you see? That would be the passenger, sir. Collapsed on the floor he was. And by the passenger, obviously you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker? And the other passenger had the knife in his hand. Like this! Okay. By the other passenger, obviously referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. None of them have reacted. Yeah, on the floor made me flinch a bit there. Oh no! That's 5! The London Guild of Coachmen. Get up now, Silver Blaze! Oh God! 5. Just agree to condemn this man. All that's left is the sweet old lady on the end. Misunderstand. Oh yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then pray tell, why are you here to pronounce your leaning? That's a good question. You're the only one who's saving us right now. Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. Your point. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have had it in him to take another man's life. We are saved by an old woman. And then maybe go to McGilded Public Library later and borrow some more books. Uh-oh. How many Londoners live with their heads up in the clouds? You people not know? What kind of a man, Magnus McGilded? What? Is there more to this guy? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. Uh-oh. Still in the I don't think that's mittens you're knitting. I think that's a jumper, love. You might want to get that fixed. What did you think I was going to say? Get your mind out of the gutters. Rates of interest to his victims are... He's a loan shark! Is he actually a loan shark? And could this man have had to make use of a That's true! The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creditor was the... Oh God, no! Do I have evidence? We'll find out in a minute. The final repayment day for his dates. Oh, he's there! Hey, he's the judge. He is the true judge. Lost his house, he had not a shilling for which to repay his debts. In the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him. His life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender Magnus McGilded!
Hold it!
Oh! Susato? You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where is the evidence to support your claim? Good question. Wait, what? that come from? Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. There it is! Fun! Lord Van Sigg's hollow chalice. Uh-oh. The bottom. Oh, I see the two sides! Good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect it to spread. Display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger. Ah, fuck! Victim's name clearly recorded inside. Uh-oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the igniting. Damn it! Okay. 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. Okay, let's look at this. Let's double check the back. Nothing on the back. We're checking it. I don't think I'm gonna like this. Actually, I wonder. Not find Mr. Shone's name inside. Well, it was worth a try. Okay. Well, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all. Not everyone in this country is well off. Bruce Fairplay! One of the witnesses! 20 guineas, did he? It's fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be useful information. Interesting. Okay. Anything on the other side, or is it... Okay. So, same as before. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompetence. Let's see, uh-oh. And that is the modus operandi of the accused. Fuck! Oh! Sasato, this is no time for your diary reading. Of British law, when all members of the jury have concluded the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the proceeding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. It says here. Oh! There's a footnote, though. A footnote. However, the defense... Pay my respect for your swift and righteous decision. There, this is final objection. What were you gonna say? What did it say next? Oh yes, of course. One moment. No, you better remember! Until the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, then the preceding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this... Oh, this is the cross-examination with the jury now! I remember this!
Objection!
A summation examination? From which century has that tome you've been there resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck. Shit. Summation examination. Yeah, I think this is the cross-examination. Yeah, I think this is the... You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Typical Nipponese. I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure we'd be able to appeal to the members of the jury. Yeah, so the whole sort of members of the court type of procedure. Appeal to them to change their leaning or reverse their decisions. It says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. So in short, we can press all we want, get the info, and then correct it to try carry on. In times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination in an attempt to influence the jury's decisions, but that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use. Because it was devoid of purpose. Yeah, changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Oh, we get to... So in short, no one wanted to try it. Procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Yep, let's give it a try. Summation examination, our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry it out or admit defeat? Let's assert our right. It's the only way we carry on with this. Which is to assert its right to a summation.
Objection!
Oh, there it is. London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on Earth. Now, anyway. Standard procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
It's alright, it's alright. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. Offence's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. No. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Well, I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? So I'll justify your decision. So in short, you heard enough and said, okay, I'm convinced. Why are you convinced? Well, my lord, you are rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. Thank you, Odell. This is Ace Attorney. Yeah, this is madness. I was thinking it. I was like, no, must hold myself. All right. No practice, no defense procedure, no practicing law is attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. Let's go for it. On you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant Magnus McGillet guilty of this crime. All right. Juridical findings. Here we go. The jurors' contentions. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. And Channel 4 just shit bricks. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fares, fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. Poor man on the floor. Oh! Floor! There it is! It wasn't the floor! It was the seats! Starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. These people to change their minds. Very persuasive language. Just a moment. Yeah, I need to know. You're going to tell me I can't press here or something, can you? How it works. The defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. It could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Oh dear. I'm just citing what I've read about British law. It would most likely be presented at 4 pence 4.20. Yeah, that is a factor as well. But the floor also gives a statement. Use own words to make your arguments. While the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public, they may appear to present a unified front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. Yes, that's how juries most are. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory... Oh, we have to turn a statement against a statement! Can contrast the statements and pit the jurors against each other. So essentially we have to find the 2 contradictions. Oh my god. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another. Yeah, I see the whole thing about the money situation. We might need to see this. Ooh, a double smack! Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear... Oh, we get to go to the stand! Oh, Lord! Oh, my God! Oh, we can press for statements too. Hold it. Testimonies we've heard suggest the victim was precisely my point. But could there have been some other explanation, something we haven't considered yet? Such as? I get a feeling this was a bad idea. Because you're from foreign climes, but we're here to form our opinions as individuals, and I have! So an alternative point of view, does he? Pit the jurors against one another, like Sasato-san said. Finding contradictions in these 6 people. Okay, so pressing's maybe not the best idea. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. Hold it! Well, let's check this statement. It says how trustworthy the man is. I imagine all his lordship's cash affairs, so... Oh. Yeah, I'm watching this very carefully, killer. My point is, a man who minds his figures is a man you can trust. Those of us in service would swear to that, sir. Does that bench really need any more polishing? So if the good driver says he saw Mr. McGilden in the act, I don't doubt him. The only task left to do is disposing of the rubbish. Oh. About money, I think. Okay, sounds like that's the statement. So that's a statement. Okay, so this is the... He stuck the check next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. Let's make this far and drawn the logic conclusion. I think you're the one with the money. Okay, so we got the statement. It's gotta be this. Would it be simply this? Yeah, 4 for 4. Yeah, there you go. It's as you said. So I wonder if we have a word here.
Objection.
Oh, just simply objection. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Wait. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right. It'll tuck neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is. A fair and convenient single price. Just the way London's carriages should be operated. So it is as you guys said, yeah. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man? Why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. Those figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely, 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, there was a 5th person! No, good gracious! This can't be right! The coachmen of the guild are good honest men, one and all! Trustworthiness is our watchword! The figures you coachman claims most certainly do not add up. You watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Oh, here we go. Master, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. Oh my god! We're going this route? Duh! Alright then, how do I make this so this miserable trial doesn't end, Oh, here we go. She's gonna give the statement. Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side of the set of the scales. Now hold your horses there, coachman! You're all in agreement! Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Bibbo! Aha! Oh, this is all irritating. Begging your pardon, sir, I'm going to do the same. Hey! 2 on the white side! For the love of Mike! So, who's Mike? Between a smile and a tear, after all, I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my example. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. There we go! Yeah, the white... Oh, I noticed the colors a mile away. 2 more of the jurors' mind, we can force the trial to continue. Wait! There's something else that has been bothering me about a couple of their assertions. 2 more jurors against each other. So there's another 2 of the black ones. Have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. I like this function. Okay. He stuck the chat next to him, just like this. Yeah, here we go. The stabbing. Yeah. the chap that stabbed next to him just like this. So he's saying he stabbed sideways. Stabbed sideways. Whereas this one... Objection! Those two statements are contradictory! What? Explain, counsel. Pussies! Oh, dearie me. I was only knitting the jumper for my other half. What is all this claptrap? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant... Yeah, it was 3 and 6 because they talked about the stabbing. 3. What? Can you see I'm busy here? I want my knife back! Oh, hey look! It's the sword in the stone! Just not quite... How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Huh, want to test me, do you? It was like this, stuck the fellow next to me without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony, quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you? Oh, it's alright, Del, don't worry. How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. Now, don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up, and he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Oh, bless my stitches! What a muddle! What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh, but why? Why the dickens would they lie? Ah, that British humor again. Thank you, game. I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that the trial ends at this point. We may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. The scales. I don't believe it. Hold it! Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic to sort us all. Yeah, voodoo. Ooh. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Charisma stat is, I'd say right now +4. By the end of the game, +5. Dark jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What if his two witnesses are slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, and then the Shylock stabbed him again, and this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, hmm? Who are you calling a death? So I should take this time to you. Who are you calling old? Oh, well, you're next. They're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? I mean... One stab... Wait, did it say stabbed once in the abdomen? Good call, killer! Well done! That, although I'll admit that kind of almost seemed a bit backseating a little, but... Oh shit, I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. Yeah, I pressed the wrong button. Mr. Foreman, yeah. Ah, I misunderstood that too quick. What? What are you talking about, man? How could you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job? As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. No, your job is to give the right answer. So where's your evidence, man? That's what I want to see. I know. I appreciate Killer. Thank you for that. Yeah, you could have just said, look, you could have just, yeah, I mean, you could have said at the start, like, when we were going through things, like, okay, let's go through this. Here, autopsy. Do it. So, in short, nothing wrong with that. Sorry, didn't mean it like that. Show me some proof. It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. There's the mop.
Take that!
To push button. Hey! Answer what's written here. Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. No! Only once! It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times. Alright, I concede defeat. There we go! Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one, and if the chap even dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor oh. Please tell me he's a barber. The defense summation examination has set the balance of the scales. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. Too bad. I hope you weren't I hope you're not drunk after 1 glass, buddy. And to pursue the truth. Oh, beautiful. Lord Van Sykes continues to sustain the case for the prosecution, please. Aha! 2nd glass! Hope you're not drunk easily, buddy. Oh! Oh! Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem seems crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. That's a good question, Aeon. I really hope they don't. Lord Van Sykes? Brr, is it cold in here, or is it just me? As you antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation exam. Oh, wow! So he can't interrupt! Wow. He actually kept to the word. Fair play. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Uh-oh. Bring forth the witnesses once more! Oh, Lord. They all can't believe it. Witnesses! I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure. Oh, yes, sir. That I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir. I heard it. You, sir, on the end. The coachman. I believe it's Beppo. Yes, sir, my lord. Yeah. If it transpires that in your previous testimony you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger in your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh mio Dio, oh mio Dio. Oh, he's not from Britain, he's a foreigner. Oh mio Dio. Perfect. Okay, I like the system. Various misgivings. Alright, give us it. I only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear it. But, well, I for one was told I had to pay 5p for the bus. He fiddled us on the fare, he did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilden stab that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. Mio Dio. Oh, hi, Cotlow. Maybe we should name Beppo Dio. Hi, Cotlow. Is that you? The confusion has arisen from the coach's sly little cosenage. Beppo, explain yourself! I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. Oh, he opened his eyes. Oh. What's the board? You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? Oh, wow. Oh, shit, he's actually mad. Oh! Oh, oh, shit. He charged more because he was in the cold. He was like, why do I have to sit? Yeah, he's got that Von Karma style, but I don't know. We'd have to see how he fares, whether he truly understands the truth or whether he's like, I prefer my not guilty. We'll find out. A disgrace, Beppo! A disgrace! Guild. If I may, sir. I had to pay 10p on the Oh my god! 10? What? 4 passengers at 5p each is, yes, 20p. 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures. So, he's... Oh, one of the offension and DFC evidence have already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. So, the other end of that is he charged them all extra. So where does this go? Absolutely. I'm glad to know he's looking as shifty as ever. Okay, so question to ask all of you guys. What do you make of this whole cross-examine thing? Do you prefer it like this, or do you prefer something more simpler? Because you could look at this as 2 different ways. You could look at the simpler one and go, it's straight to the point how it is. Or is this the right direction it should have gone, basing it from what happened with the Professor Layton crossover? I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear, but, hold it! So, there were only 4 passengers on the carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4p fare. Is that right? Ooh! It's impossible to make that through the day pay. I was so cold, it was all I could do to stop myself passing out. I'm getting chillerblades just listening to you. It was terrible. Myself a pat on the back for even keeping my bus running. Okay, well that answers that question. Oh. Hello, computer. Thanks for blaring away when I needed you. Penny per passenger? No. Yeah, you are actually. Head of another suspect. Well, Van Sykes is keeping quiet. That's a good sign. Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
Hold it!
Hold it! Everyone aboard that paid 5 pence instead of 4. He paid 5 pence. Okay, so that's 10. I just told you that I did. A flat fare, 5 pence across the board. Okay. So that's... Okay. Double check the carriage. In what way? Evidence if it's a fifth? I'll double check that later. I want to listen to everything first. I'd have been happy if I had... He fiddled us on the ferry, didn't? And I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. Hold it! With blood-curdling sight, you mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. Some sight. No one should have witnessed the horror in my eyes of the madness. Not exactly so. Oh! Wait, I didn't see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Good gracious! Really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. Mr. Foss didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. It turned out to be very significant. The banker gent next to me took a sharp intake, and then when I looked through the glass... That's when I saw the horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating. Ugh! Feel bad for you, man. I tell you, I saw McLean stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands.
Hold it!
I doubt that. So who was sitting next to him? That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Aha! Yeah. Anyway, carriage wasn't there. There's been much talk of a fifth passenger, but as yet, zero evidence. Hey, Eon, welcome. We're just starting chapter 3. So in short, Eon, short version, supposedly there's been a murder in the carriage. Supposedly, yeah, hurting a knife now. Yeah, it's his fault. In short, this is our defendant. Here's our prosecutor. Here's the murder victim. And here are the other ones. So we're trying to weasel away that a fifth was involved. So all that time here, eh? This Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was. I don't know yet. We haven't reached that level yet. I think so, yes. Hold it! Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim. Oh yes, that's right. I'm watching these two carefully. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife in an ice pick grip. Beppo. The cart before the horse, maybe? What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. Most of it, huh? I heard a scream from the seats of the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. And then when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. Sticking up from his midriff. Yeah, he's the wrong. Yeah, he's the wrong area. Yeah, because according to the yeah, he's there, and the murder happened on this one up here. How on earth could he have seen it? Fellow holding the handle was the famous man. Yes. Well, no, this one, this one is, well, we'll quickly show you these ones very quickly. Lady first, Bruce Fairplay, and Beppo, or Beepo, or whatever name you want to call it. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought that I did, but I go over again my head. I suppose I actually see them.
Struth!
Oh, hello!
Excuse me.
Hang on! There we go! I was waiting for that moment! But you're thinking you didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. Just happened to... Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? He said he saw it. No chance? You sure? Well, let's give it a shot. Hard to believe, certainly. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember as clear as a Ballarat day. So I don't mind telling you. I made myself popcorn to go in my lunch. Really, Floof? I was getting the whole the color of it, my lord. And you'll supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what you exactly saw. Oh, I can do that all right. I'll tell you how grim it was. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed them? Ladies and gentlemen, I think there is a phrase. He was wearing gloves. It's gotta be as simple as that. Could we do this together? A 1, a 2, a 3. Objection! Well, I admit the soot might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. And plus he said, hands. Yeah, not to mention, Killer, shut up. We're not playing Miles Edgeworth 2 yet. No, but he also said hands. He said hands. 2 hands. There's only blood on one. So regardless, it still means the gloves are in fact. Sorry to disagree with you, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. Gillen, on the night in question. Oh yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark color stain there. But as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. What? Oh! That's not a candy ring. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. But no, this can't be right. So you're the liar here, then? Oh, the jury hates this. You said with both hands. Oh, wow. Have we broken him? That statement was a lie. It calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth? I will lie.
Objection.
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection.
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Ah! Why? I'm a city bag of everybody's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't prevaricate. I looked in that book. He's claiming to have no reason to lie, but is that really the case? On this trial completely. I think we know. It's got to be the ledger. Yeah, so to sum it up, Eon, how it works is the following. The jury basically have little flames and they throw them into the scales of justice. If all of them go to the guilty side, we have one chance to correct the jury to basically plead our case to keep going. In short, we need to get all the flames onto the white side of the scale to keep going. Right now, it's 4 not guilties and 2 guilties. It's gotta be the ledger. My lord?
Yes, counsel.
The defense is ready to present evidence.
By Jove, are you sure?
Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Flay had a reason to lie in his testimony. We kind of did a little bit, Eon. Basically, there's a system in this game where the juries give off all their statements to why they find the person guilty. You have to pit 2 of the statements that contradict each other to basically fix it. So it's like, in this scenario, it's like, we charge 4 pence for each of the passengers. And that 4 would make it for the 20. Second one, yep, we don't change our fares. Well, if 4 passengers make 20, then if the fare stays at 4, how does 4 times 4 make? I'm pretty sure it's the ledger. I'm pretty sure it's the ledger because it's the only proof we've got with his name. Take that! Yeah, we go! To Mr. Gilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused's extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
What?
Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused?
No, well, it's barely worth a bit.
Wow, he did that without removing his teeth. According to this ledger, you... Oh my god, look at that smug pose! Look at that pose! I love it.
Well, what of it?
Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between 2 individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor of the defendant here to be sentenced to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him will be annulled. In other words, yeah, Eon, the post was like this. Oh, sorry, let me do it with a proper piece of paper. He was like this. Like that. Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Oops.
Order, order, order! Mr. Bruce Fairplay! Yes, my lord!
Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time in which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? The silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony! Melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did a pinch? Yeah, this is not a pinch. It makes no difference. I remember seeing blood on Mr. McGilda's hands. Both of them. Not quite a break. First? Why is first going quiet? I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir? Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I'm almost sure it was on both his hands. Okay, so why do you think about it? Okay, that's a surprise. Need further testimony. Here we go again. Precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? In short, everybody, don't fuck up or you're dead. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly. Okay, good start. That's true, killer. Alright! What the witness really saw. Go on, give us it! Both hands of the assailant, I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands on both of them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains there can't have been anyone else in Sarage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold. But honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating was tantamount to saying what we saw the back door. It's really not what testimony is about. Let's examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat crab in the witness's accounts, yeah? So that confirms that. I would love to see what this guy's sweat animation is. Yeah, well, let's see what we get.
Hold it!
We might as well double check it. All three of them are. All three of them were the witnesses. So basically, to sum up, Beppo, the guy in green, is the driver of the carriage, and the other two were other passengers at the same time. Yeah, I know one of them. Oh, hello! That thing's back! Yeah, maybe. We could do. Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two. The salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guilty for the accused fingers. I suppose you might say I didn't see the exact moment.
Hold it!
Might as well press for our info. Yeah, he's still got some obnoxious, but he at least is willing to back it up rather than sucking up. Yeah, oh, don't worry about it. I got this perfectly under control. My name will go down in history. No, this guy knows what he's doing. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental point.
Oh, but crying out loud, we all know that no one else could have possibly done it.
Save us all some time? There you go, there's the pose!
No.
And you hope to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty?
As I dialed up what I was hoping for. Ah!
I just lost a little guinea, or 10, when I backed the wrong horse in the derby. Ah, betting problem! So in short, a gambling problem. That kind of doesn't change the fact. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. This witness's scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Well, at least he's... Is that supposed to work? Not quite, but I think it counts. Both of the attacker's hands were blood. Hold it! You definitely saw that too. Blood on both hands. Sir, I mean, I know what you're going to say. Does have any signs on blood on it? That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. Gilda sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. Why would he take them off? That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. Just checking both of them. It's true that the dark colour stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there were no trace of blood on McGill's gloved hands. There wasn't blood on his hands. Check inside the gloves. We kind of already did. There's only so much we can examine. You're right! The handle is clean, because if we remove the hilt, there's blood on it!
Hold it!
That's a good call, Carl. I'll admit, I did think a little bit about that, but I was thinking to myself, could we really get nothing about that? Plus, I'm trying not to look ahead, because we saw what that did in case 2. Bloodstains in the carriage itself? Yes. Where the victim was sitting. Yeah, so, to sum it up, this is basically the crime scene. And in the murder scene, yes, in the same spot where he is. Stories I say, Storm stabbed that man. So,
I know what you're insinuating. Wasn't making up stories.
Nothing at all. Yeah. In short, horse-drawn carriage. It's basically an 8-seat sort of one. The crime photo? If you're referring to the button, I noticed it, but... I mean, kinda, yeah. Well, we'll see what we get. You're right. It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. We'll have to find out what we get. Let's just keep pressing and see what happened. It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter's nights. Uh-oh! Beppo! Ah! Well, it's fair to say that Beppo has lost his job.
Hold it!
Hold on. And X. Yeah, I think I'm still in view. So I just had to check. Wasn't frosted over. Confirmed about that. So bitter. So why the Perry was sitting on the roof deck in the first place? Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Wait, why not? That's true, it's big enough for 8 and there were 2 people in. Why could they not get the other 2? It was locked from the inside. Oh! Locked? Hold on. Let's go inside. Okay, yep, so there's the blood mark. There's the lock. There's the door. Yep, we've seen this compartment, and we know this has to be important. This has to be important. And there's the skylight. The 2 gentlemen was sitting up there. That's not what I call fair play. I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. I was glaring long and hard! But if there was anyone else at all in that cabin... It should do. I'm not sure about these 2 witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? Is there any way they couldn't? Okay, let's check the evidence again. So that's the crime scene. Yeah, but they still could have at least seen where the victim was if they were sat at the back. Well, it's worth a try. You ride in this omnibus and witness the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you.
There we go, the back of the seats!
Really? Obviously at this stage we can't say for sure. Denied that at the time of the incident there could have been another passenger.
Objection!
On the area they didn't look!
Police friend, the prosecution demands that you...
Crime is here in the flesh!
You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan. Yep, this should
Be obvious.
Where exactly in the ominous are you suggesting that this potential extra parachute could have been situated? Take that! Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part. Why does that guy look like Professor Layton? And now to test my eyesight. Says that. No. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one on which the victim is attacking is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it. Ah!
Objection.
Uh-oh. It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I think that's every court. Yeah, I love the different colored ones. It sort of screams different area. So that basically means we have Old English font and Japanese gets the really cool red one. Is unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger whom you will elude. Can we put a name to this guy? Is there anyone? Let's check. So that was the... So there's the victim. Oh no, defendant, sorry. There's our victim, and these are our 3 witnesses. But Beppo was driving. Not really much we can do about that. And these 2 were on the top, and I'm sure they would attest to each other. So I don't think there's any idea we could think of anyone else right now. Right? No, I doubt it. It was locked, they were on the top, he was there. There's gotta be no one. I don't think there's anyone else who it could have been. Oh, I guess there could... Is Empire. Okay, so there is someone. There is someone? Uh-oh. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. To hard lessons not yet learned. Oh, that fucking pose again. Is there another name? Hold on, double check the back. I don't think there's any other. We already checked this. I'm sure there wasn't another name. So we checked the left side, there was nothing. Check the right side. Yep, nothing there. Yeah. This was the one we checked up here. Yeah, nothing. There is a name. Wait. If it can't be Beppo, he's the driver. He's the only one who could do it. These two were on the top, so this has to be Shaco's male strong army accused L. Let's see. So my head is thinking. No, because he's the one who died, so there's no way it could be him. Thrice fired, yeah. I've got a strange feeling. Yeah. I'm tempted to say it's him because it can't be the victim because he would have had to have moved. The other three were there. It has to be Magnus. Right?
Take that!
Is it Magnus? There we go! I think we did get it! Mr. McGilded? Talking about counsel? That's the name of the defendant!
Objection!
Oh my god! I love that! I love that! Fast! If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollow chalice, do not forgive the discourtesy. Oh my god, he's generally going into us! Turns out even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It is the very premise on which this case is built. But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. The stabbing itself. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Objection!
Maybe. We'll have to find out. In the face of the irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. So they're sure of it on two. They both admittedly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else beside the victim that night.
Objection!
That I don't.
What extraordinary!
They do. We'd have to find out what we got.
Objection!
Oh boy. The defense postulation is just that. Nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses clearly stated that they saw the accused. But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said that two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces.
Yes.
The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir.
And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport?
First, I'm afraid I don't remember. And there's the plot.
The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin.
How can you be so sure? Because if there had been, the accused Mr. McGilded would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed even to notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. Oops. Captain of the Omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. Yeah, he was asleep. Bringing the accused Mr. McGilded to the stand. Yeah. What? As I suspect he will have already made a full statement to the police. Educated and ruffian. If it indeed turns out that the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? Should we ask him to testify? Yeah, I'm thinking that too, Aeon. Well, it's the only way we'll get somewhere with this. We have to. It's the only way we'll find it out. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury.
Oh, yes, I need a little time to consider this.
If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say.
Get the man out here, I say!
Oh! It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony.
When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild.
Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely.
Yes, the jury says the man must be heard.
Jorah heard everyone and thought, fuck. But the court will hear the defendant's testimony.
Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once.
Whoops, didn't mean to press the actual button. So there's more to this. Come clear. Yeah, I do. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day?
To be sure I have, my lord.
There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? Yeah, true.
Begad, no, 'tis not in my nature to hide anything at all.
Just answer the questions, please. Truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all, or keep my mouth shut? So he does know something. The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man. Oh! What?! Oh! No, man, just make it. There was a third person? Taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. It has to be. So, well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and not in any way. Wait, what? A child was there that have assumed she'd. Is it interesting? who is this young child of whom you speak? He's not gonna tell us. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee teen just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. Sure, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here to listen to the proceedings. What? He's looking. What? What? Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Oh, he's there still. What? We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another at their sprint to flee the chamber. No idea what was happening. All we know is, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. Shit. That's obviously the procedure. This is good. Normally people say case 3 is where the game sort of does a dip. Like it does that sort of I think this one's kind of so far. I just need to see how this goes. I want to keep going a little more. I love the typing this. What just happened in there? Find out what happened. Okay, what happened? It was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke bomb. Sure, everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? Catch someone. Uh-oh! A young girl at around 15. Hello. Mr. McGilden, actually. There are so many things I need to ask him about. He's not here. Uh-oh. They're both there. Huge risk. Yeah, that's a good point. Why was she there? If she's involved in this, why the fuck did she come back? Just to see a man get guilted? The 20 pence. Is it the missing number? Mr. Beppo. He took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers. So this one's a stowaway. Either a stowaway or Beppo fucked up. And I doubt it's a fuck up again. Okay, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand. So in other words, here we go. Let the fun begin. Round 2. Fight! Also, I hope all of you guys enjoyed Eevee Community Day. If any of you guys were Pokemon Go players, it was a happy little weekend. If you evolve your Eevees in time, you might learn some new moves. Sorry, I should have said that at the start. Oh! There she is! Must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Eventful recess. The court will resume the trial. Lord Van Sakes. My lord. You have established the cause of the smoke which revealed proceedings earlier? These are advanced form of smoke grenades. Employed by the army? Yeah, it's gotta be under the sea. It has to be. But then again, let's not jump Let's not jump too far ahead, because that was my problem. Your name, girl? She's not gonna give us it, is it? Behavior. Yes. Now, is this on purpose? If I may, my lord.
Yes, Mr. McGilded.
I think perhaps I ought to explain it. Oh, he's Scottish. I'm going the Scottish route, yeah. Why it is that it's wee lass. Yeah, wee lass. That's the true confirm. He's Scottish. I've been going the wrong accent this whole time. But like that. Tis all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Yeah, what was that about Scottish accent?
Very well, Mr. McGilded. Give your testimony. You will explain to the court
Exactly how this young woman's involved in the case. Van Sykes. What do you know? What do you know?
Excuse me.
Ah, hello, everybody. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begoria, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up from a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless me soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hidden a wee self away. Question. Yep, she was a stowaway. Yeah, it was the whole weekend. So she definitely was there. But that still doesn't unlink her. No, I have no idea where to start. Why is Van Sykes being quiet about this? What do you know? Hold it! Got onto the omnibus. Were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty and there was no one on the roof deck either. Okay, so he was the first one in. Important to know. Yeah, apparently. We'll find out. Right, and that's why I took the back seat as I did. It's the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means, 'tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, 'tis the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. Oh! Why is he staying quiet?
Hold it!
There's more to this. How can I explain it? It was like a sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. The sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed?
Well, now you...
Okay, so I wouldn't like to say, but when the sound woke me, I opened my eyes. I was not a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fellow on the floor. So no one else was there. Yeah, most likely the ones from above. Wait, not above me. 'Twas from inside the... What? But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before me eyes. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me.
Hold it!
So he technically touched the body. That I did. On the seat across from me, as I said, I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Lord Van Sykes, now where would that be? You wait to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person will hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money. Oopsie. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself into a tangle with trouble. Heavens alive, no! I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only, I had mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. Okay, so he wanted to know exactly what the fuck happened himself. Right you are, there were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? I mean, he's not wrong. If you hear a scream, you would suddenly react. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless me soul, what did I find? Hold it! I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well now, 'tis a queer thing. That wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubby hole there for storage. Yep, we saw that. Yep, that's the one we saw. So let's double check it again. Let's just double check if there's any more information. Oh! How did I miss this? And yet Van Sykes made no mention of it. I didn't even notice it either. There's such a bad feeling about this. Yep, and here's the handle. The backs are gone. The backs are gone. Look. Was it? That's a good point. That's a good question. That's a good question, Mega Man. Hold it. we need to find the guilty party so we can send them all to guilty, Mega Man. Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight. But she was all curled up in a wee ball when our eyes met. Well, me heart nearly stopped beating in my chest. You're really overreacting this. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag with her. The seat opposite? So is it possible that the... Jesus! My position can all too often find itself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream. A fella's voice this time. Okay, the one from above. Yep. So that's our connection. We're seeing this young girl and gentleman with a knife in his billy. In other words, the previous witnesses did not in fact see what old Mr. McGill did, but they saw the girl! Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage, so that was true. Plausible. Wait. Killer, don't fucking say it. That's not. We don't even have a name. Don't tell me it's our fucking ballerina friend again. I've heard enough. The events as examined are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is she? Gina Lestrade. She's a chancer. Earns her crust among long crowds, relieving people of the... Ah, we got to pick a pocket or two. There's our copyright. A pickpocket. What? This girl here? A petty thief? Well, that explains the smoke bombs. She uses it to alleviate some cash. That's... Wait. Lestrade. That sounds familiar. Oh, we actually have a face. Why do I have to feel... Oh, Inspector Lestrade. Oh, okay. So... Oh! And she's off. Open your eyes. Oh no. Lestrade. I mean, it's close enough. Gracious! Ow! What was the point in that little sidestep? Say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed into a corner, so she knifed the gin. Go on, that's what's in your heads, isn't it? This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cat. Uh-oh. Oh, we get green! Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need is what I do in these fingers. Charming. Professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Baka! Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs. Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag I lifted the other day, down where they kept the four-wheel drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best.
Ah, do not wave that thing in my direction again!
Uh-oh. He's toasting. Why are you toasting? You were riding in the omnibus the night in question? Tis alright, lass. You can tell him the truth now. Alright, yeah, it's just like the... Irishman! Ah, fuck! He's Irish, not Scottish. Oh, why did I do? Oh, I'm an idiot. Your testimony, if you please. Yep, you got no way out of this, Gina. Good lord, I get a fucking flashback to my old youth. Yeah, true story, there was a girl I used to go out with called Gina. I met her at a holiday camp and we were together for a while. We actually managed to talk for a good bit and such, and we got together. And then we pulled the plug because distance didn't work. We then got to talking a few years later when I was single and such. I found she moved on with a boyfriend. She got herself a new boyfriend, and the last message I got from her was, I may have found happiness, but don't give up on yourself. I'm sure someone will look at a nice guy like you and think you're the one. And yeah, that was the last message I had with that one for a while. Yeah, sorry to go personal there. Yeah, that's genuinely a true story. Alright, if I have to. Oh, double witness. Okay, we got double witness now. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was alright, all waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. After a while, I hear this loud bang, nearly jumped up from my skin, I did, and the scream just came out. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. Yeah. That is a good question. Yeah, he cares for the kids. Does he care for the kids? She couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself, yeah, so... This is where I was sat that night, and the cubbyhole in which you have spoken is underneath this seat. Pull, open up, voila! But then where did the bags go? Aye, but of course the wee lass was stuck in there, because I parked myself on the seat for the duration. So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. And I couldn't live with myself if her young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. McGilded actually cared? Yeah, this is doing well so far, but I mean, it's something we didn't expect. Told me not at all. Huh? I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the... Oh! What? White! That's 5! Oh! 6! Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensually in the leaning of a verdict of not guilty! Have we actually pulled that off? I don't think it'd be that simple. I don't know. No.
Objection!
Nope. Oh! If the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray do forgive the discourtesy. Of course it wouldn't be that easy, would it? Yeah, we don't know the truth. We don't know exactly what fully happened. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. Yeah, he can have a chance to reverse it now. It's his turn. So it's comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in the investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. The evidence has been tampered with in order to collaborate. Oh! Hey, I did think about that. Such a devious contrivance possibly have been affected, counsel. Oh. In allowing this to happen, however, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend. Yeah, when the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it and find here to... Yeah, of course I did. to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Go ahead, you tell the court now, fella. How this is an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zykes. I don't know what's going on anymore. It wasn't empty. I wish I could say it wasn't. Yeah, we're gonna have to. I understand a bit to why he's doing it, but
Be whist! What are you saying now, you daft dog? Don't you know my side here?
what game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? For the defense in this trial, I'll show where I stand. Interesting. Well, what do you want me to do?
Well, don't forget that you're supposed to represent my best interest here, lad.
Now then. A fella's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. Yeah. That blood, was the blood stain there? Oh. How's equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage? The guild's rules state that the omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times, so it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question.
Beppo isn't that responsible. That money-lending fleecer and a pickpaw's are lying.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Uh-oh.
Fuck!
Yeah, I'm sort of seeing it too a bit myself, Aeon. I mean, I don't know what's going on here. Gina tampered with it? Every time a different truth, it seems. Yep, sorry you two, but we got a job to do. Tampered with it. She tampered with the crime scene. So, the question is, did he do the deed and she was a witness? Or is she the guilty and he's defending? I really don't know what's going on here.
Hold it!
Already in the omnibus before it even set off on its run.
Uh-oh! We have a moment there.
Is there a moment? Way to make a few bob is a rum idea, isn't it? I suppose she means there's no point spending money to make money. It actually makes sense.
Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief. Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants.
4 paying passengers and 5 pence makes the 20 to which the cabman. Yep, okay, so that's correct. Of course, goes for some grub before it's his last run, see, so that's when I slip into the carriage. But your hiding place is a storage compartment, full of equipment for the coach, no? It might be, but we might have to do it again. Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, yeah. I always chuck all that out and cram it in the corner somewhere. No one ever seems to bother much. So arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Yep, that's true. Quite continue? Okay, so there's something amiss.
Hold it!
A waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on my own in the God Permit at least some of the time.
I beg your pardon? Did you say God permit?
Oh yeah, well that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. Whereas ain't no one around the college ain't got no one in it for a while. Come out your hiding place and get away. That's it. Only that night. This cove was sat on my seat from the start, and he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. You mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the closed cabin? Yeah. Right, mister?
To be sure, I was as shocked as anyone.
You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a chart now, do you? Yeah, valid point, so... maybe? Blind face is pitch in there.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all? Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with me head out to look under the crack. Then I can have a butcher's who ain't gonna fill. Hello, butchers. Pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other one, see? Most of the time the passengers plan themselves opposite.
Right to see an Irishman said the whole journey went over my head.
Oh, Eon, you're on the team of Turnabout Justice? Oh, congrats. I'm honestly thrilled for you. So, somebody made it at least. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feel too much like I'm being thrown in the clink. Yeah, so it's Obson's choice. Even though she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. Okay. After a while, I hit this loud bang, and he jumped off my skin, and the scream just came out. So something happened. Oh, I think. Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. Okay. That's right, and then I felt the cushion over my head get lighter all of a sudden. Maybe. Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Oh. And silence. Oh! Quick butchers while I had the chance, didn't I? Irishman was sitting up with the bloke who had fallen on the floor in the seat opposite. Okay. Then the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. So back down again, but it was too late by then. Okay, so you got roped into this by mistake.
Hold it!
This Once we're going to discover you, he pulled you out from our hiding place. So scared stiff. He dragged me out and sat me down on a seat and all. Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. Yikes! Switched a bit and you got falling onto me.
Oh God! Yikes!
Both my hands got covered in blood. It made me feel sick as a dog. Okay, so that confirms the blood. Somehow. Okay. He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know my name and what I was up to and that. Makes sense. Someone screamed, so that was Mr. First. See my face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn up smartish, and this here Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later." Just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony. So there's something in the testimony. There's something I'm missing. Yeah, it's gotta be that bloodstain because I don't think I saw it. Because you wouldn't miss it because that's the blood we saw there. Okay, I never did check this. Not impossible for it to climb up to the roof deck.
Well, your word, not mine.
That's gotta be it. So what am I missing? Is it this? I'm tempted to say it might be this in the carriage. There's pitch in there. There's something I'm missing. Double check this again. There's a hole here. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. So right on wasted time, I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. See a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Well, I hit his loud bang, nearly jumped out my skin. I did, and the scream just came out. This is honestly a tough one. She said the loud bang was the person falling on the floor. I'm tempted to say it's as simple as that. Especially because that's fresh. Okay. You know what? Oh, I didn't check the sign, did I? Oh, no, not quite. Oh, it's that thing up there. Check inside the compartment again? Could do. I'm not doing autoplay. Autoplay would be the cheap way out of this, but I said to myself I wasn't going to do it. Yeah, should we check it again to make sure? What am I missing? Is there something I'm missing? So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. And the wheels weren't doing it. Okay.
Hold it!
Let's check this again. Yeah, this... Why do we have this? There's something up here. So with the car to get myself under the seat. About that, I said with the stuff. Okay, there's something amiss here.
Hold it!
Let's double check this again. Probably. We'll have to double check. Yeah, it's double checking this. Only from the start, and he didn't budge the whole way. Sat on to find a child now, do you? Have to do this and then stop because I do have work in the afternoon, so I might have to head to bed shortly. Fiddle. Guys, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feel too much.
Well, no.
Hello? Excuse me. Did I miss that? Did I miss that? This comment made something occur to you, perhaps. Did I miss that the whole time? No, I don't think I would have missed that. Shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was. I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. So I must have pressed something and triggered something. Gina? What's wrong? All I could hear was the Irishman snoring.
Pajamas, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foils, you little scamp.
What a pity. If only Miss Litch uttered something, it might have given us a vital new clue. It's actually important, I would think. This is important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she heard nothing. Which is profoundly important point, so I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind Council, nevertheless. Supplement your formal testimony by repeat that last statement. What? Supplement? What are you on about? Hey, fancy talk, I know what you're trying to do. That's right, insult the judge. Always a good move. All I could hear was snoring. Could you?
Hold it!
Just give that a press to make sure. It's happening the entire time since the moment you hid yourself. Oh! That statement's back. Oh, the thing's back again. Have a butch just to see what was what. Then when I saw the swell getting on, so I didn't notice me. But you were hiding, correct? Would you Adam and Eve, eh? What a mark. Wait, believe it? Wait, we going the Cockney rhyming slang? Listen, I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never... So I just have to stay put on this. Conclusions. Said he heard snoring. You're right! It never opened, so where did this guy come in then?
At odds? Are you sure, man?
Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dual-witted as I feared. Oh, Van knew it. That's why he let us do it. Twitch. you to demonstrate this other contradiction to the court. Yep. While she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGill snoring, but think. Yeah, I was thinking... Person. No. Not so much No. Wait. Wait. No! Not Mason. It's Bruce. Remember. Didn't Bruce knock on the... Well, technically it could be Mason, but what about Bruce? He knocked on the door. So it could be any one of these two. No, but they knocked on the door. It's gotta be Bruce. It's either Bruce or Mason. Alright, I'll try Mason.
Take that!
Okay, it was Mason. Fair enough. I'll be honest, I thought the knocking. Because I remember they had to knock. On the omnibus! Fair enough.
Order, explain your reasoning.
Fair play, killer. Fair play. Probably. Oh, while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? Well, the omnibus was victim of gilded. That it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight. To all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at the time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. For sure. And you made a number of stops after the onward journey, during which time did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? So then, yeah, fair enough. Therefore, Miss Lestrange's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Oh. He knew. Yep. Uh-oh. Impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements. Oh, I think I know. Shit! Fuck! The naughty ways. Oh.
Shit!
Oh no, not again! To the considerable troubles you have spared me. He made us do the dirty work for him. He made us do it.
No, not again!
Or not. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. Okay. In fact, the truth, it may shed an entirely new light of the whole case. What are you saying?
So?
That's a good question. I didn't even think about this. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the miraculous appearance inside? Is it that bloodstain? It's gotta be that bloodstain, right? No, wait, hang on. Let's think this thoroughly. Think this thoroughly through. So, she was in first, then him. Let's look at the carriage. Think about it, yeah. Let's check the cabin again. Check inside. Because that blood was definitely not there before. Right? How could he have got well, here's the thing though. How could he have got through the skylight if the driver was there? It's our center? Wait, has it? Edges. Oh. Yeah, I'm glad you noticed that one. Okay. So then... No, because if he was in there already... Maybe dropped, you're right. So... Could there... Let's try it. If the door wasn't opened once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the...
Objection!
I'm hoping I didn't screw this up.
Objection!
But there could be. There's only one possibility I haven't considered. Really? I think I know where it is. It's the entrance by which you propose the victim entered the cabin. Part of me wants to say the skylight, but there could be this other one here, or he could have snuck through the. Well, no, because there was a bang. You know what? I'm gonna humor my idea.
Take that!
Shit.
Damn it! Okay, not there. It was worth a try.
I was thinking it was a mistaken, like a fake one, but fair enough. Would it be the skylight? I doubt it would be the skylight, would it? I mean, it wouldn't result in the bang, and it's the only way they could get in.
Take that!
It is the skylight. Fair enough.
Objection!
Yeah, because it's the only way in, yeah. A room with no doors and no windows. How do you get in?
Objection! Objection!
So you claim, but you have a shred of evidence to support.
So Neil and Mr. Strad said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise by... Such a loud noise as the witness described. Tried to let out an involuntary cry, in fact? Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
Fell? fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. Well, my brain's racking here. Oh. Okay. Humble fella make a wee comment here. Mr. McGilded. To be sure now, the two fellas who were sat on the roof that testified in Ford said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight, but it seems to me, my lord, that it is not so much a case of them not saying, but... It is a case of them being unable to say. They were gagged? Wait, what?
Yeah, I knew you two were coming out.
Is he implying that fair play and...
Whoa! First,
Wait, what? What? Wait, what? Wait, is first acting like Donald Duck? Put 'em on. But is it Laurel and Hardy? I think there's a reference here. I think there's a British reference. To me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker. Doubt it.
and me, a very angry hatter.
Mad Hatter. He's a Mad Hatter. Stab the man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. It's... I protest in the strongest possible terms. I protest too about you. You're a scoundrel. Okay, this just turned from ludicrous to mad. Yeah, I know. I'll make that joke if I have to. But it's beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment, it was the defense that incited this outburst from the witness. My lamed friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witness without proof. Shit! It means that your command of the English tongue is wanting. Shit! So this court that a victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. So passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars, you intimidate their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what termed a baseless accusation. Yeah, fuck. Dismiss it with a second thought. Time to get them to testify! As in the fellow, we have to see this matter through now, one way or another. This is in the public gallery here. Shit.
My lord?
You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to these...
Yes, my lord.
I didn't come here for this. Gilded? What are you doing? What's going on here? We were the only two people up on the roof deck, dead or alive, I can swear to that. If anything happened, we were sitting. Don't you think one of us would have noticed? Neither of us knew the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? Well, there's the statement. Listen to this testimony. It's somewhat hard to imagine. This could have performed any malevolent act on them. Here's true. Oh shit! Well, the juror just slammed us. Slammed to the point. Scotland Yard. The two witnesses share no common dealings. Yeah, something's wrong here. This is weird. Where's this going? Something's wrong. What's wrong? The only two people on that roof deck that are allowed to show.
Hold it!
Victim Mr. Mason climbed to join you on the roof deck. Oh! The thing's back again. Question about it, he said none at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. So I love the fucking pose. Me? Dear me, my lord, at the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately. Is it outright? Engaged in. Let me stop you there, fella, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? At all? Ah! Say what you will about me gilded.
I don't know what's going on anymore.
Maybe it's like a Laurel and Hardy sort of thing?
Ah, I saw you with my own eyes.
This is going so well. Happened weird.
Hold it!
Something amiss here. What's going on? 7 o'clock in the evening would certainly have been quite dark. Perhaps too dark to see clearly?
Is this some kind of a lark?
Is this some kind of a joke he said? Is this what this is? Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly?
Are you fanting up, sir?
Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's a rather... Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you. It's like the weirdest Laurel and Hardy skit ever. I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bit of cold. Your eyelids were freeze shut and you'd never open them again. Well, I mean, he's right. The Jujump would have unlocked the door and let me in when I knocked. I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. Yeah, it's true. Lie, sorry to the last. I'm talking to someone. Now, 'twas a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't real in the cold. It's hardly surprising. Things seeing things. Yep. I get the feeling, but if it's through... If I'm a suspect in this case, then it is only fair that you and I, the other fiend, are too. Open and free competition is what a capitalist society is all about. I mean, he's right. If everyone's a guilty party, if one person's a guilty party, you're all guilty on the bench.
Hold it!
We'll have to see about finishing this. We might see what we do.
Oh, no, not once, never.
You never met the man before, he said.
Never.
And you, Mr. West, had no prior dealings with the victim either? That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. That's true, unless it's building a store. Who's at the remotest?
Well, no.
Hello.
Hang on! Why did he react? Connection, is that right? Oh, God. We're not going to...
What are you insinuating now?
Ah, Mr. Fairplay, it has been too long, so it has... If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe just fast approaching. Is it not your repayment day?
I beg your pardon.
You borrow 20 guineas for me, sir?
Tribute is extortion.
Well, now, is that a touch of begrudgery? Is that a sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fellow to pass his crimes off on another?
Ah!
And young Mr. Verst. Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir? Do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat siding about on your head, is that one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, it's just an apprentice. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute! 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 Wait a minute!
Look at the hat! Doesn't it look similar to something like what he makes? But it is. Well, it is a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it. I tell you, it's a touch. Customers, such as thrice fired Mason. Oh my God! Did I just piece it together before it's too late? Print of the victim submitted evidence for my lord.
Oh, this, you mean?
I can't help tinkering that the poor fella's hat looks distinctive. Familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh! That's one of my hats. Bingo. Maker was a customer of yours. Bingo. What exactly? McGilded? Is McGilded actually shunning this? Oh! McGilded. Oh! Hey, we got a gold trophy!
Hold it!
We just got a gold trophy! Hat Hunter! He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute.
Well, at least rag is obvious.
Yourself, go on. What? You see? It's shut fast now like it was on the night. Okay. Besides, Mr. Mason could likely break through it still and all.
What?
Just looking at the size of the ting, you understand? Here, shall we? Stop biting our cane, shall we? Well, I broke wind loudly, and I shocked myself with it as it happened. Okay. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. I just meant to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge.
Wait, that ain't...
Gina?
Excuse
Hang
me.
on! Why did Gina react? The skylight, it does open.
What? More easy than you can load that weapon?
It's a lie, I tell you, otherwise when I broke wind, I... You can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh. The latch on the top. It's up on the roof deck of one of them drags, and I had a great haul. I mean, outbursts coming at me ears.
Mr. Straw, this is not the forum to be eulogiating on the subject of criminal activities.
Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. They got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did, I used the skylight, opened the catch, jumped right through. And the catch for them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open it from the cabin. Bingo!
Bailiff! Climb up on the roof!
Get the bailiff to do it right now. Bailiff does it. They couldn't animate somebody to do this. Bingo.
Ah!
Oh, my hat! Thanks, Gina. I think Gina's just sealed the deal with that one. So, is it it's gotta be these two!
These two are the fucking culprits! They've gotta be!
The skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate this for myself. Alright, let's double check our skylight. Fastened shut before, but now the catch has been undone, we should be able to open it. Yep, and if we do a nice little drop from this angle. Okay. So let's go back inside. Let's try it from the other side. See if examining it from here. Okay, nope, that didn't do it. Wait a minute. I got an idea. No. Am I missing something here? They said we should open it, so...
Good call!
Eon, good sight! And Del got the sight too! Well done, both of you!
I saw it!
Hold it!
Demand to hear it!
He came in to say we'll be sorry, Del. Enough for this!
Will you call us boss shickers? Brandon's screwing off.
I'm glad you know a lot of English. I'm glad you're learning all of our English words. As it stands at the moment. I don't crack this case soon, he'll crack his teeth. Although by the same token... Yeah, true. Evidence. Including the members of the jury. Conclusive piece of evidence. Yeah, in short, do what you do. We know the statement. Do-ba-do-do-ba-do-do.
Objection!
Nope. Okay. Wrong statement. Okay, I think I know what we did wrong. Let's go back inside, because I think there's one thing we could do. We didn't properly check the blood. We didn't check the blood. We didn't check the blood. That's what we didn't do. Just here. There we go. That's what we forgot to do. That's what we forgot to do. We forgot to check it. Oh! Panic-stricken look, I know.
Objection!
That's what we did wrong. We forgot to check the mark. Fuck. Was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts and the irrefutable proof. What? So fair. Humbug. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. I think we've cracked them. Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom. Counsel! Yes, Lord. I believe everyone would like. She would allude. Point out what it is, Bruce. Okay, yep. Da ba da boo ba da bee. Why someone like me? How we couldn't wish on any other pair. I just wanna see them carted off, friends. Put their freedom to an end. Gonna find the culprits fast. Gonna make these good times last when we send them off for deserting. Gonna kill a guy, well to them goodbye. Gonna tell them off to prison, you do go.
Got it!
By Jupiter!
By Jove! Thank you for the never gonna give you up.
Blood!
Ah! This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, it's already bleeding when he fell through the opening. So it follows that Mr. McGilda, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time... Bingo!
No!
I think we got him. Sorry about this, everybody. I'm trying to get a Poke Gem at the same time because I need to get my coins for the day.
Hold it!
Oh! They actually gave him a cry. Then when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. And only found its way to that one particular spot on the skylight. Convenient. Ah! Let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof of the deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gem really fell to the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. Verst? Hello. It's all too plain if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fella dropped from a fair fire right here.
What? No!
But it can't be. It's all lies.
Hold it!
The Jorah? guys, did they? Oh. I won't tolerate any of the guilt. Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us the delightful couldn't have done the same thing.
On three then, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Objection.
Of course. Of course you'd still have more. Oh, and what would you be referring to now, Lord Van Zykes? Frame of the skylight, such evidence is null and void.
What? Why? Good question.
Yeah, I'm wondering that myself. What reason would that not count? That smear of blood never...
Objection!
Yep, we didn't find it.
Objection.
It's the one on the floor, not the one on the roof. Over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. Yeah, how would they miss that? How the hell would they miss it? The stain of blood was... Ah! What a Pavlov. Pavlov. His special crew is named from a prosecutorial standard, Lord Van Zykes. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over capital and his fine contributes to public life. Don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. It's in court as the accused. Give me a minute. There we go. Sorry about that, everybody. Just enjoying a last minute thing of Pokey Day before I have to sort something out. There we go. I'm well aware of your involvement. Oh. Oh. No. The fucking wine bottle again. Scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. Lord Van Zykes, this will not do to be sure. Will it now, Counsel?
What, you want me to... Uh-oh.
I think it's fair to say this all does sound all like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you see? But if you all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? Possible to smear on bloody without the world and its wife seeing. He's right. He's right, it's been in full view. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad he let me give the option. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during the trial? If you're asking me, I think... Yeah, it could have been possible.
The smoke. It's gotta be that smoke.
Yep. Even I can see that one. However, without the other tapping, there is one possibility.
Good gracious! Spring yourself, Counsel!
Yep. Oh, I knew this one. I knew that smoke screen was going to come up. Everybody's deceit. Yep. Hopefully. Verify by the witness. Yep, sorry, Gina. When we had 4 whites. Let's escape. Couldn't even see what pose was going on with everybody. Go room! Just realised we're still going 4 hours in. Hey, we're enjoying this. I'm going straight to bed afterwards. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and all the chaos. Are you wise? Oh. What are you trying to pull, ye? Your rotten fingers, Cogger! Feckless Cogger? Oh boy. You're supposed to be defending me! 'Tis a wicked plot! 'Tis a plot to undermine his honor! The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade. Yep. The baggage. Yep, there's one. The baggage was gone. In the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. They were. So what the fuck is going on? Verify such things. The omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? Anything else at all? Is there anything? Let's see. Skyline. Trying to think. Yeah. That's true. No, I can't think of much else, but there's gotta be something.
What the devil are you gonna say now? Objection!
Silence. Thank you. Mark that you claim appeared at some point during the trial. Yeah, it's gotta be this.
Got it!
Yeah, the blood mark. Where the fuck did that come from? Signs of blood where he landed, but we didn't find it. Yeah, so you guys were right. I'm glad the judge doesn't know what's going on either. Well said. And for the defense, one might say that it was a very close slip of the tongue. of evidence. Whether that evidence is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility. What? Oh! I killed it. What?
'Tis over, I tell ye!
What the frick? And the fact is that bloodstain is there now. And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so am I. But I am the better Lord Van Sykes.
Well, my lord!
Jesus. Unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. Bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method, it's going to be null and voided. For God's sakes, what is your position? Oh! We have explored every possible avenue in this matter. I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm whether the... Shit. Found not guilty. Oh no, not this again. Defense believes. Oh, this is horrible. I didn't think we'd get this fucking choice case 3. Okay. You know what, game? Well played. You shot the 3's curse in the foot. This one's the fucking... For the defense of my client, Mr. Gilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience of this... What are you saying, man? Without any question, there's no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he's innocent.
Good gracious me!
So yeah. It was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision. I must say, I didn't expect quite an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. The trial can't go anymore. Oh!
Me neither!
Yeah, it kind of does. Kindly, my lord. What the hell is this?
Objection.
My lord, the case made by confusion was flawed, plain and simple. You lost, buddy, but... Such disgraceful perversion. Shit.
Objection.
He's actually trying to defend him. Are you telling me we actually... Has he actually... Ah! Are you telling me we actually... You know what to say to me, have you? Just one thing, a warning. This is far from over. I don't believe this. Wow, no cheering. Jeez. The courtroom in pandemonium for the second time, the judge delivered his verdict, and my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end. Guilty, obstinately a victory for us. No, me neither. Say what you will. Jesus fucking Christ. It certainly was a long trial. A trial on foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. Yeah, it didn't quite go what we hoped. Yeah, I don't think anyone is right now, except somebody. So the big question, of course, in this scenario is this. Was McGillard generally responsible? Yeah, in some regard. Hence, it's to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. McGillard. Gina. Well, it seems the stories are true. About the 6 enormous fireworks they'd be letting off when the verdicts are not guilty. Fucking fourth wall break. Have you Tatanka suppose for having an opportunity to see it? Saying fella, how did I walk out of there a free man then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight talking fella, aren't you? I must say you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong, and it's water under the bridge. happens to me, they've all seen that I didn't do that odious and obscene deed. Discover you can take matters in their hands, so I need new details. So the question is, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? Taxes debate. It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed aforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. I couldn't possibly accept that much. Oh, you're a be waste. You're a humble person, are you, from the east? Well, if you insist. But have this. Still in all, you deserve our reward. What? Oh. To follow me into the court. What? Wait, changes to the schedule. What? He's going to court for what? Wait, what? They gotta inspect the crimes. Yeah, and they need him to be there. Under society, I do doing my best to help out what I can. It is a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. It was an absolute pleasure meeting you. I hope you're having a whale of a time while studying your Great Britain. And as for you... Oh no, not again. Oh no. Huh? Oh! And here's our last girl. Trying one of my experimental smoke grenade launcher.
Oh Lord! Gun me bazooka!
Pity well, the inventor. I should have known she created it. Yeah. Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, white, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could be at least be a pretty color. I thought to myself. You have to be shrouded in smoke, though, at all. I didn't know she pinched it with a telegraphic beacon. In short, she tracked it. What? What for? Something one surely adults don't do that before. Listen to no adults,
Including the one with the fucking gun!
come along then, follow me. Run. Bazooka's a funny world. Fine,
You shoot the bazooka!
oh good. You see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that's what she wants if she doesn't want to get shot by that massive gun. Yeah, you lose, Missy. And the curtsy? Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. Well, at least you're honest. She was a lively one. Yes, you're right, but... find a place to stay. No sooner have we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. Oh. When worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park we could spend the night. Sadly not thinking of McGillis Park. Oh boy. I'm not so sure that's how that works.
crying. I love her. Give her a hug.
Doesn't give it to the bedroom of a one-room or mansion. And so the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. The case was far from over. Huh?
What's going on?
Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water quick!
What the? How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
What?
No. Oh, good God.
Someone's in it.
There's someone in there.
Wait, the judge?
This can't be.
Wait. What the fuck? Shit. Okay. He does have a scar. Oh yeah, he gained that scar now. Because he didn't have it in his character. We are at least seeing how this starts. We are seeing how this starts before we go home. The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. That means heart!
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Fucking hell. I'm glad you have no idea. 'Cause I don't!
And we are done! Because I am not seeing any more!
Right, that's it. That's it. We're done for the day. What the fucking hell? Okay. So, I think we can agree that case 3 was an absolute clusterfuck. But it fucking did the job, and I think it broke the curse of bad case 3s. I have no words for any of that. Yeah. But it did its job. I have no words for that in the slightest. Except that's how you do it. And to make us feel like that at the end of case 3. And we've got 2 more to go. Yeah. The first case was standard. We never got a motive, though. The second case was accidental. Yeah, good. I don't know why yours isn't showing up in the chat there. Yeah, good question, Aeon. Why aren't your messages showing up in the chat? That's weird. Yeah, they're not showing up for some reason. Yeah, Eon is speaking in the Twitch, by the way. That's why we can see your stuff. But I don't get this. But fair to say, well done, Case 3. You have officially gripped us. In a good way. Right. Well, since we haven't got D&D this week, what do you say we meet back up here tomorrow? And we do this all again for Case 4. I think that sounds plausible, unless anyone else has any other plans. But what to be said about that one? Well played. I'd like to point out this is the creator of the Phoenix Wright series who handled the fucking lead. He did his fucking job. Right, but anyway, guys, I guess we'll see what we're doing back in the Justice Office. Have we got our rights to carry on here? And will we end up getting an answer to this whole scenario? Well, you have to tune in next time and we'll see if we get an answer. So until then, everybody, if you were charged with joy with this stream, be sure to hit the subscribe or the follow wherever you're watching us. Thanks for tuning in to a 4.5-hour live stream. This is live than we normally go with any of this, but thank you for guys sticking around. And until then, everybody, this is Brownie of the Joy Charge Gamers, signing off on Let's Play Live, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Stay charged, and catch you all later. Goodbye. Holy fucking hell.
What's going on?